Hi, Barb. I'm just staying off until we start. Hi, Frank. You want to check your audio?
Okay.
Yeah.
How you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem. I'm going to try to keep the dog quiet in the background. Nobody's home, and he usually goes nuts when somebody comes in. Hi, Barb. How you feeling? We're live. We're live on YouTube, so I'm just going to mute for a minute. If you guys don't want to show your face yet, you can always just go down and hit stop video on your thing, and then just start it when we start back up.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say thanks for sending me that email on a Sunday.
You're on mute, Jim, if you're talking.
Yep, no problem, Mr. Worley. Glad to have the time to concentrate on it.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I decided to make a visual appearance. And I apologize in advance if the dog goes wild tonight. Nobody's home, and when they come home, he will bark.
Gwen, just let me know when we're ready.
I'm going to start the recording, so give me 1 second. On the screen. Oh, we're doing it live on YouTube, so I don't have to record. Let me admit one more person in, and I would say go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Monday, February 8th public hearings. We have 2 matters that are subject to public hearings tonight. What we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to simply read the first proposed ordinance, and then we will go ahead and have a situation where Mayor Portover is going to address the matter briefly, and then we're going to allow anybody who wishes to speak on that matter 3 minutes, not counting questions or answers to questions that the administration may have. And then we're going to allow council to go ahead and either ask questions or make commentary. And then we'll go to the next one, in which case then I will read the next review of ordinance. I apologize for being out of breath. I tried the computer upstairs and I didn't get very good Wi-Fi reception, so I ran downstairs to get set up. So the first matter for public hearing tonight is review of ordinance 2021-1. I'm going to read the whole thing. An ordinance amending section 1270.01A1 agricultural district, section 1270.02 R1 estate residence district, section 1270.03 R2 rural residence district, section 1270.04 R3 suburban residence district, section 1270.05 R4 urban residence district, section 127.06 R-4A two-family urban residence district, section 1270.07 R5 apartment residence district, section 1270.08 R6 special family residence district, section 127.09 RS special residence district, section 1270.10 RL1 existing lagoon district, section 1270.11 B1 neighborhood business district, section 1270.12 B2 central business district, section 1270.13 B3 highway commercial district, section 1270.14 B4 motorist service district, section 1270.15 I1 light industrial district, section 1270.16 I2 heavy industrial district, section 127 0.17 I3 Industrial Park District, Section 1270.18 IU Utility District, and Section 1270.19 FP Flood Plain District of the Planning and Zoning Code of the City of Vermilion to prohibit junk buildings, shops, and yards. So I will turn now to Mayor Forthover. I believe you wanted to address the community briefly before we got community response.
Thank you, thank you, Council President. As mayor, I submit the ordinance under the general description of junkyard prohibition. And my motivation was this. The junkyard at the east end of Liberty that greets residents and visitors when you enter the city bothers me a lot. I know it bothers a lot of people a lot. Presents an image of the city that's exactly the opposite of what we're trying to develop when we work so hard to developing our eastern corridor as a presentable place for new commerce. Now, I asked some of the city decision makers who were around at the time that this junkyard was established, how could you let this happen? And they said there was nothing in the legislation to prohibit it at the time. And they are correct. The current area where the junkyard sits is zoned heavy industrial, and junkyards are permitted use. My motivation in submitting a junkyard ordinance is to give decision makers an option next time that a junkyard wants to set up business in a prime development area. I work with the law director to propose to council a legislation that does two things. One is fundamentally prohibits junkyards in the city by district, as they were read by the council president. And secondly, they give the people the option of supporting a variance to allow a junkyard in a district where it will be inconspicuous or consistent with surrounding industrial environment that's out of the way. They can do this through the Board of Zoning Appeals, but by district. Now, sadly, the adoption of this ordinance will not solve the east end of Liberty junkyard, as it is a pre-existing situation. County commissioners and I will continue to work with property owners to find an equitable solution to the junkyard and we'll try and approach it through the lakefront connectivity plan. However, this ordinance that's being proposed tonight will give future Vermilion boards and commissions and council members some options next time a junkyard knocks on our door.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, Gwen, is there anybody with a hand up signifying that they wish to address council regarding this?
I don't see anybody yet. Either raise a hand or give me a reaction.
Are we opening this up to council members or just?
Yeah, I wanted to give the public kind of an opportunity to ask, and then council and or the administration could answer if they had an answer.
Homer went on, he unmuted, so he may be wanting to speak.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been trying to get to the reaction button and I
No
can't.
problem, Homer. How you doing tonight?
Good. And
Good.
thank you, Council President Herron. I do want to address it, and I'm sorry. I'll try and turn my video on. I've already written a letter in opposition to this as it's written. And I therefore won't try to repeat everything, but I'll try and speak very briefly. I have no love for the unscreened so-called junkyard on the east end, but I think that this ordinance is enormously broad beyond that and prohibits a lot of things that you shouldn't even think about prohibiting in districts where you shouldn't even think about prohibiting it. But I'd ask you to just start by looking at the definition of junk in your ordinances. It is a sweeping definition. It's basically anything that is used that is not currently operable would be in that category, including anything that's donated for recycle, including anything that's a collectible that somebody is fixing. The definition in the first place is excessively broad for what to regulate it in this way. And the second problem is you're not only regulating it when it's outside and it's a bunch of damaged cars, which you might be able, even in the current case, to have better regulation as to the screening or fencing that they're required to have. And here we're trying to solve a problem after the horses left the barn, where the city at the time apparently gave them forgiveness of a lot of the taxes they would have had to pay through abatement. But in this case, if somebody wanted to have a recycle facility, an industrial area inside of the city, inside a building, what's wrong with that? Is a car that's damaged that somebody's going to have repairs sitting in somebody's repair shop covered by this? It would appear so. I really think you need to take a far different look at both these ordinances, but we're dealing with this one. So I think that before you adopt an ordinance like this, you really need to take a much more careful look at what it is you're really trying to prohibit, if anything. One other comment I'll make from a legal perspective, my understanding, similar to an asphalt or bituminous plant, when you put something in a prohibited category in an ordinance, it is beyond the ability of council, the mayor, the planning commission, the Board of Zoning Appeals, or anybody else to allow it in that district, period, by law. So that's what you're doing. No, with all due respect to the mayor, the Board of Zoning Appeals cannot grant a variance by district. If it's a prohibited use, it's a prohibited use. Prohibited means prohibited. Thank you.
Thank you. And Homer, we're going to need your name and address. That probably isn't.
I beg your pardon.
All right.
Homer Taft, 3972 Edgewater Drive.
Thank you, sir. All right. Appreciate it. Any other citizens wish to address council?
I don't see anybody.
Okay. I would ask any council members any questions or comments regarding this
Oh,
matter.
wait a minute, Steve.
Sure.
Drew Worley's hand reaction just popped up.
Very well.
Drew, unmute, please. Thank you.
Drew Worley, 5016 Timberview. Yeah, I was a little shocked when the mayor said that you could go through the BZA on this, because based off my research, I didn't see that you could do that. So that'd be nice if you could, if you guys actually end up passing this. But I'm firmly against this. I don't like banning anything blanket wide, the whole entire city for everything that this would entail. I'll keep this short and just say that I am against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? All right. So what I'm going to do now is go to the members of council. Any questions or comments from any members? Barb? Councilman Brady?
I have is, well, for one thing, in the state definition of junkyards, it means an establishment or place of business that is maintained or operated for the purpose of storing, keeping, buying, or selling junk. So one big question I have is, why are we prohibiting this in residential areas? You can't have a business in a residential area without going to the BZA to begin with. So why are we in particular banning this? It would seem to me that in the residential areas, at least, this is a property maintenance issue, not a prohibited use issue. So I guess that would be the first thing, is to remove the residential areas or where businesses are not permitted to begin with out of the ordinance. The other thing, I guess I mimic a little bit of what a couple people have said, is, are we limiting things we don't want to limit, like boat repair, auto repair? Are we are we reaching too far with this? I guess when I look at the definitions again for the state, they're a little bit not quite as wide in their scope. So I would hope maybe we could go back and look at some definitions and look at whether or not we need to do this in the residential areas.
Thank you. Mayor, did you want to respond or kind of wait for the other council members to weigh in on their opinion?
Well, yeah, why don't we wait until all the comments are in?
Thank you. Any other, yes, Councilman Luca.
Thank you. I was just direct.
You went on mute, Frank.
Oh, correct.
Well, now you're not on mute. So, okay.
You just cut out. Frank, just stay close to your mic.
Okay. The just would defer to the mayor and our law director as to the objections or concerns that have been raised. Thank you.
Okay. And Councilman Holovax, I know you wanted, and I apologize. I can't see every picture up there, so I don't know. Okay. Holovax, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess my question regarding the residential areas, we do have ordinances regarding the repair of boats, repair of cars, and all those in the residential area. Is this something that's going to also cover them, or is this not covering them? Because hypothetically, you're allowed to work on your boat for like 24, 48 hours, and Tony can tell me what's correct. After that, you can't store something in your yard and keep on trying to repair it, fix it, get it ready for the spring, getting it ready for a pullout. Same things with damaged vehicles that are not drivable, vehicles with unexpired plates that are expired. Those are considered junk vehicles. Does this ordinance cover it, or do we go back to the old ordinances that do cover those vehicles in the residential area? That's my question for either Tony or the mayor.
Okay. Are there any other members of council with a question?
Holmes.
Yep. Go ahead, Councilman Holmes.
Thank you, Council President. So I actually deal with a lot of this in my current job, working with junkyards or townships or cities with the terminology junk motor vehicle. And I just want to make sure that this covers, I know it's covered in our some of our ordinance already. The Ohio Revised Code, even in the 505.173 of storage of junk motor vehicles, they define junk motor vehicles as a three model year old or older, apparently inoperable. So it's not operable, and extensive damage, including but not limited to any of the following: missing wheels, tires, engine, or transmission. So I just wanted to make sure if, again, how is that going to fit? The state code's going to fit into our ordinance, because like obviously and in our current ordinance as well. And again, 451365 covers that as well in the Ohio Revised Code, willfully leaving junk motor vehicles. So, and I am actually dealing with a abandoned boat currently as well, in the county. So I just want to make sure how these Ohio Revised Code or the state code fits into our ordinance, and make sure it covers. I see junk buildings, junk shops, junk yards. Well, within these junk buildings, junk shops, junk yards, there are boats, there are junk vehicles, and just want to make sure that those are covered in there as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Holmes. Any other council members? I'm just going to make a quick comment, is that we went through this about 5 years ago, talking about this matter, maybe it's a little bit sooner than that. And really the key issue for me was at the time, the fact that the business itself was primarily used for storing junk. If you have a boat repair business and you have, say, 6 boats, in March that are lined up ready to either, to fix or get ready for the season, that's not a problem because you're not dealing in junk, you're dealing in repair. So that's really my position on why I don't think it's overbroad. I don't think the terms are inconsistent with state law. However, I don't see it as an issue for overbreadth or an unfair situation where it's going to be, enforced against people who are lawfully in the repair business. So That's just my opinion. And Mayor, any other members of council? I guess Councilman Holmes, go ahead.
Yeah, just one more thing, and I apologize, and it might already be in here, and I maybe I overlooked it, but again, you need a license to run a junkyard. So obviously, if we have somebody in the city that's technically defined in our either this ordinance or a current ordinance, if we have folks in town running a junkyard, obviously we need to do some enforcement and make sure that they're licensed, to have the proper licensing through the state, county, and follow all that as well. So thank you.
Mayor Forthover, did you want to respond or let?
Sure. Yeah, there are a couple. Excuse me. Yeah, there are a couple things at work here in my office. Yeah, there. The definition of junkyard was one of my primary concerns, and the law director assures me that this is the common definition in other communities as well as ours. So that's why he has that definition in here. Whether or not which ordinance takes precedent, existing ones, state law or others, I would have to defer to the law director on that one. But he and I did go over this with the intent of this being appealable, so that it's not blanket in all districts, that some districts can appeal to have this through the BZA or something else. And he assured me that this could be done through an appeal through the BZA if an area wanted to have a junkyard and it fit the atmosphere of the area. That still could be done. It's not a permanent blanket, no, never use. It's appealable. So I think some of these might have to be reviewed and spoken to, addressed by the law director himself. But that's my understanding of the way this was structured, with the exception of which other ordinances take precedent. That one I really can't speak to.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We'll now go on to the second ordinance subject for public hearing tonight. And if you need a break, because I'm going to read this again, go ahead and feel free to take one. Review of ordinance 2021-4, an ordinance amending section 1260.06 definitions, 1270.01 A1 agricultural district, section 1270.02 R1 estate residence district, section 1270.03 R2 rural residence district, section 1270.04 R3 suburban residence district, section 1270.05 R4 urban residence district, section 1270.06 R4A 2 family urban residence district, section 1270.07 R5 apartment residence district, section 1270.08 R6 special family residence district, section 1270.09 RS special residence district, section 1270.10 RL1 existing lagoon district, section 1270.11 B1 neighborhood business district, section 1270.12 B2 central business district, section 1270.13 B3 highway commercial district, section 1270.14 B4 motorist service district, section 1270.15 I1 light industrial district, section 127.0.16 I2 heavy industrial district, section 1270.17 I3 industrial park district, section 1270.18 IU utility district, section 1270.19 FP floodplain district, section 1272.17 temporary storage containers of the Planning and Zoning Code of the City of Vermilion to define and prohibit modular storage units. So we'll begin with Mayor Forthover. Is there anything you would like to address regarding this particular matter?
No, this one, this ordinance was proposed in light of the recent reaction to a project that was proposed on Liberty Avenue where modular storage units were going to be used. This is to try and get ahead of a citywide use of things that were intended for shipping to be used for another purpose, which is modular storage. This is not to prohibit them in the city when they're used for their intended purpose, which is to ship products to retail or commercial businesses. This is to prohibit them from being used for a secondary purpose, which is storage units. So that's the intention of this ordinance, is to get ahead of the modular shipping containers being used for something other than their original purpose, which is storage around the city. Again, the intention is to be appealable in situations where that may be allowed in a remote area of the city.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, is there anybody in the community who would like to address this matter?
Palmer, go ahead. You have to unmute.
Thank you. Once again, I've submitted a letter, which I assume all of you have. Once again, my concern is that you're going way too broad with your definition. I think that this would sweep in all sorts of wheeled vehicles as well as things that don't sit on wheels, that are trailers or various kinds or storage of various kinds. The thing that really puzzles me the most is that the ordinances already prohibit modular storage units. In 1272.12, as I recall, and in 1272.17, it throws a little bit of shade at that, saying, well, maybe they are if they're screened and they're accessory to the business or something like that. And in my letter, I quoted the entire sections. I don't even understand why a proposal to use storage units as a fence that were unscreened could be allowed to come before planning commission or council when it's not allowed under the ordinances, but it did. But it seems like we don't read what's in our ordinances, which, by the way, are about 60 years old on our zoning plan. It's really anachronistic and old, and a lot has changed in 60 years. But we don't seem to look at what we've already got on, and we're just sweeping in some giant new law that is going to sweep a whole bunch of things in it you don't mean to put in it. And again, I have to respectfully disagree that there's three different things in zoning in our city. There's permitted uses, there's conditional uses where it may be granted by the commissions, and there's prohibited uses. And I do believe under our charter, I don't see anything that authorizes the Planning Commission and Board of Zoning Appeals are created by our charter. And I don't see that they're allowed to vary the ordinances. As a matter of fact, there's a prohibition on it, that they're not allowed to legislate. In effect, they're not allowed to change your ordinances. So if the council says we prohibit this, it means we prohibit this. Thank you.
Taft? Any other citizens wish to speak?
Bill McCourt.
Go ahead. Mr. McCourt?
Needed to get, excuse me, I just needed to get unmuted there. I'm Bill McCourt, 4135 Menlo Park Drive, or Menlo Park Lane. I too am against this. While I totally appreciate the mayor's intent here in terms of prohibiting the steel shipping containers, I just feel that this particular ordinance is way too broad, does not hit the mark, doesn't even come close. And I think I could reiterate everything that Mr. Taft said, and I would pretty much agree with everything that he said. This is just not something we need right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCourt. Any other citizens wish to speak?
I don't see Drew Worley.
Go ahead, Drew.
I too just want to add that I am against this ordinance, and I see that it falls right in line with the other ordinance that we're talking about, and its broad generalities, and I am against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens wish to address council regarding this?
Not that I see.
Okay, thank you. I'll now ask any council members, do you wish to be heard or any questions for the mayor?
Emily?
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Amy.
I just had one question about what is considered the heavy industrial district? Like where those districts would be, considering this would be, I would think, in an industrial district normally. I don't know if that's true, but that's my interpretation of it. So that was my question.
Jim, did you want to go ahead and wait till all the other council members had a question, or?
Sure. Well, actually, in this case, I don't quite understand Councilwoman Scan's question, I'm afraid.
Well,
Okay. Oh, can I
Sure.
say something about that? Oh, what happened to my picture? Basically, it's what is considered a heavy industrial district, and would these kind of storage units be normally in a heavy district, industrial district? Does that help?
I mean, are you asking where the heavy industrial districts are in the city? Is that?
Yeah, I'm asking what would that cover as far as how it says heavy industrial districts? And is that also where the storage units usually are in that area?
If I may, Council President.
yes, please, go ahead.
Councilman Scan, the heavy industrial districts are currently designated throughout the city as such. So if your question is where are they? Well, there's one at the far east end. Yeah, basically at the far east end of town, actually right where the current junkyard is. It's designated just like all the other districts are designated. It's designated in that location. And would they normally be located there? They certainly could be located there. I mean, they actually could be located anywhere, and that's sort of the purpose of, or the intention of my purpose for proposing this, is they're becoming located just about anywhere. Am I answering your question correctly?
Yeah, I just wondered if that was where that area is where they would go normally. Like, is that where they would be confined to, heavy industrial areas only normally, or I guess was my, I don't, I don't know how else to say it to make it understandable, but I don't know if that makes sense.
I think it could be very likely that they would occur, or they would appear in a heavy industrial district, yes.
Okay, so it's not like this would be not permitting them where normally they would be, like, would be an okay place to have them, would be in heavy industrial?
The way the law director assured me this was structured was that in a case like a heavy industrial district where there would be a logical use for them, they could be granted as a variance.
As a variance, okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Councilwoman Brady, I see your hand. You're on mute. Councilwoman Brady, you're on mute.
You're muted, Barb.
Okay.
There you go.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. From what I'm reading, though, you need a permit, and there's a 30-day per year, and with a 30-day possible extension on the use in industrial and agricultural areas, which, you know, if you look at Baumhart Road and the businesses that are in that building, they use them for storage. In other words, they load them and then they pull them away. Businesses need those. That's how they work. I mean, if you're a manufacturing company and you're making tidbits, you know, you load them onto the trailer, and when the trailer is full, you pull it away. So giving me 30 days a year isn't going to cut it if I'm manufacturing, but you are protecting us or the city by saying it has to be out of the right of way. It has to be behind, you know, a covering. It has to be a whole lot of out of the public sidewalk. I mean, we're protecting ourselves from the industrial areas, or even I think we should include an agricultural in here in an allowed use. But to limit it to 30 days or 60 with an extension, that doesn't cut it if I'm an industrial company using that for to move my equipment. And if you go down Liberty, there's a whole lot of trailers. Look at Americut. They've got them on their property now. I'm concerned also that we're overreaching here, I think. And we have pods in here, actually in the definition. I don't know about you, but when people in the VOL move, a lot of people use those pods. They use them for a short time to empty their homes and then to transport those materials, those home goods to wherever they're going. So I don't think we can eliminate them.
Steve Holloway.
Yeah, we actually a year or so ago with the pods
Right.
directed that because of construction, moving other areas with the residential area. As long as the moving or the repairs or remodeling or additions are going on, the pods were allowed to be there and they had to leave within the finished of the project. To answer the temporary storage, I have to agree with Barb's saying, and I'd like to add to it because I made a comment last time we talked on this. Construction companies, take the one that you talked about over there at Helen, 2D or Americut, whatever company they're going to run out of there that they're going to talk about. These temporary storage goes on a job site and might sit there for 9 months, a year while they're on a job site. They might not have a job for 6 months to a year later that they have to store them on their property as they wait for another large project to have. A lot of small jobs, you don't need to be storing material or their tools or any of the products that they might need. So that will put a little hinder on some of the construction companies that do pay taxes to the city that are like the Americuts, like the Herc Excavations, even the Satellite Electric across from Devon Drive. He's got one that he used for a storage building, but they also move them onto a job site when they get into a larger one to store all their products. So we're going to have to be careful on that because you're going to stop some contractors that are in town now that use them. Thank you.
Anybody, any other members?
Monica.
Yeah, I just have a quick question, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but when I'm looking at section, I'm looking right now at section 7 for rural residents. So under prohibited uses. So what comes to mind, I don't know exactly where the zoning would be rural residents. I'm kind of picturing out in Ward 5 when I'm talking this way. Under C, number 2, it says no building or structure except a principal residence shall be built or erected on any vacant lot within the district. So does that mean if I buy a large property, couple acres out there, and I want to start my building before I build my house, maybe I want to build a barn towards the back of my property, and then eventually I'll be building my house there. Does that mean I can't do that and put a barn up and I can't do, is that what this is talking about? I see Tony has your hand up.
Yes, that's correct. Principal
And why-
structure. I'm
Why
sorry.
would we prohibit that?
It's already prohibited. I mean,
Is it?
yes, it's already prohibited. Now, if you're going to build a house, you could go to the Board of Zoning Appeals and ask the Board of Zoning Appeals for a variance on that. So you could build a garage or a shed or something like that ahead of time if you wanted to do so before you built your house. But yeah, you can't just go and put a garage up on a vacant lot. You
So
have
if
to have
that's
principal
already on
residence.
the books, why are we putting it on this ordinance as well? Why are we doubling up on that? Is there?
Well, I think what this is referring to, no building or structure, I think that's not changing. I think what's changing is that if you continue down number 4, they say except as provided for in section 1272 of the Planning and Zoning Code, modular self-storage units are prohibited. They're just adding that. So I think they're adding the verbiage of modular self-storage units also as part of something that cannot be added to a vacant lot, along with a shed or a garage or something like that.
Councilwoman Stark, you're on mute. You're on mute, Councilwoman Stark. You're on mute.
my computer magically muted. I didn't touch it. I guess I'm going to agree with quite a few here that I don't really agree with doing this across our whole community. It's going to hurt some businesses here in town that already are using containers. I don't per se want a container business to come to town just that's storing containers. But we've got quite a few that have already been pointed out that are already using container storage and need that for their current businesses in order for their businesses to work successfully. So I would have some concern at passing this in all districts.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilwoman Brady?
Yeah, I was just curious, Tony. I know that you can't put, other than a main principal residence on a vacant lot, and it's a problem we have down here in the VOL that we've been fighting for years. But I also know that in response to what Homer said, that has gone to the Board of Zoning Appeals and they have allowed it in the past. So is the way our past ordinance written, is it a prohibited use or is it written some other way? Do you know if
It's under prohibited uses, but we've always had the Board of Zoning Appeals. We permitted the Board of Zoning Appeals to issue a variance for that.
I know we have. That's why I'm wondering. I mean, it kind of goes against what Homer is saying, and I legally, I don't know what's right or wrong.
Right, that's probably a question for the law director. Yeah.
Right. Okay, but I just like to bring it up that it has gone to the Board of Zoning Appeals in the past.
Yes, I vaguely remember a situation. Yes.
Several.
Okay, any other council members? And again, I can't see everybody.
Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, sir. It's probably a silly question, but you're seeing more and more of it. People using these modular self-storage containers, and they're putting them on lots out in the rural districts, and they're turning them into homes. I mean, is that, tiny houses or homes? People that, is that covered in this at all or not covered? Tony, I think you might have an answer on that.
Well, I think that's something that would have to be addressed in the residential code of Ohio, the building code, frankly. Okay. And the building official would get involved there to determine if it's a, permitted structure and make sure it follows all the building codes of the state.
Okay. Like I said, you see it out there on social media, people bringing these storage containers in and turning them. I mean, heck, they're at the fair. You can see it, and people are turning storage containers into places of space to live. So I just wanted to see if that should be added or if that's some sort of concern or that would fall under the building code. So thank you.
Okay, any other council members? All right, I guess then, Mayor, certainly it's up to you if you would like to take some of these concerns to the law director, or maybe he can come in and kind of address that. It's the ordinance is tabled now. I believe it's up for third reading in 2 weeks. Is that correct, Gwen?
Yeah, it would still stay tabled if we want it to stay tabled. If we want to review all of this again in committee, that would give me time to get the minutes typed up and get them sent to Ken, where Ken could actually look at all the comments.
Okay, so I think we can do that if that's okay. Mayor, you want to say something?
No, I was just going to say, Council President, answer to your question. Yes, I'll review the minutes with the law director on both of these ordinances, and he can respond.
Thank you.
Can't guarantee when the minutes will be done. I'm still working on last week, but hopefully soon things will calm down in my office and I can get everything done.
Okay.
So doing my best.
Yep, absolutely. Your best is superior to all others. Let me make that perfectly clear.
Thank you.
You have done an enormous amount of work over the past 3 months, I would say, and we appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
So with that, we are now the public hearings are now concluded. We are going to go to and I'm no longer presiding over any of the stuff, so I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Holmes for health and safety.
Thank you, Council President. Health and safety is now in session. We'll start out with the fire chief's report. Chief Stempowski, I see he's not here, but I believe, oh, no, there he is. I saw Rodney, and now there's Chief Stempowski. Okay, so Chief Stempowski, welcome, and go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Holmes. Good evening, everybody. The fire department responded to 24 incidents in the month of January. We're in the process of relocating over to the new facility. A majority of those punch list items that we were working on have been addressed. There's still a few items outstanding. Some of them, those will be addressed in the spring, obviously, when the weather's a little bit better. I think several of those items are exterior. We did have a problem with the key schedule, but I think we've got that about 95% under control. So everybody has keys and access now. The radio tower was relocated last week, and I've been in contact with the IT department. They advised me that the radio communications is up and running the way it's supposed to be. We do have a new console in there, so it's going to take a little bit of training for our personnel to adjust to that as opposed to the old radios we had. Not that they're not going to be moved, but right now that it's that console. The phones and computers, those are installed and working. I understand they have a couple items that they need to address, but nothing that's going to stop us from operations at that facility. All of those items that I just talked about, those were necessary items for us to be able to move into that facility and operate out of it. So thankfully, we're through to most of that. And I tip my hat to the IT department. They really did a heck of a job. That was a large undertaking, and they've got it under control. So good job to them. We did have some concerns with the functionality of a couple overhead doors, which obviously we need the overhead doors to get the big trucks in and out. So those were addressed as well. And we now have a mailbox. We can get mail delivered there. Since we last met, we've hired one firefighter, and I'm meeting with the mayor this week to hire another. They both have certifications, so that's a plus. Ready to go. Meeting with another one this week, and two more applicants to meet in a couple within the next couple weeks. Want to get them going because they need certifications, so we'll be sending them to the fire academy. That's starting in late March. So some optimistic news there on personnel. Get some folks in. 3 firefighters are currently attending the fire academy for the fire safety inspector course. That's definitely going to add inspectors to our fire prevention bureau, which is always a plus. As you all may have heard, the fire department responded to an accident on Saturday morning about 2:25 a.m. The initial call was for an MVA with rollover and entrapment. When we arrived on scene, there was not entrapment. The occupant was actually ejected from the vehicle. We were operating from the eastbound lanes, and we mitigated that situation. We got the patient into the ambulance and on his way to the hospital. At that point, the OSP asked the fire department to assist them on the westbound side of the highway. It's my understanding that's where the accident began. So their investigation was going to take place on that side. There was no reason for any vehicles to be on the eastbound lane. That could just open and flow. We relocated over to the westbound lane. Obviously, the fire department still has a job to do as well. So when we got in position, I'm guessing it was about 5 minutes. I still have to finalize the times, but within that short amount of time, the last fire apparatus in line on the inside lane was rear-ended by a vehicle. That vehicle went under the backside of the fire apparatus. It did catch fire and the occupant was trapped. So obviously we had some concerns. We had 6 people, 6 firefighters in the apparatus that was struck. They were shaken. However, I think the adrenaline got everybody moving because we knew we had to extinguish a fire and get into gear for extrication of the patient or victim that was just involved in that accident. The fire was extinguished. The occupant was removed and placed with Life Care Ambulance. We also requested Amherst Fire for mutual aid for suppression and extrication equipment if necessary, because that vehicle that was struck did have our extrication equipment on it. That was scattered across the highway, and some of the equipment was damaged. The engine that was in front of the apparatus that was struck, we pulled the 1.5 or 1.75 lines off at the back of that for fire suppression efforts, and also had extrication equipment on that. So everything went really smooth under the circumstances. After all of that was under control, we had 4 firefighters that were treated on scene by EMS. One was transported to Mercy Regional for observation and treatment. He was released that evening. The following day, another firefighter was experiencing some symptoms from that. We sent him to the emergency room. And then again today, we had a 3rd firefighter experiencing some symptoms that he had concerns over, so we sent him as well. All have been treated and released, all under observation. I'm very thankful that everybody was okay under the circumstances. And the way that our apparatus was positioned was exactly the way we trained. It's very fortunate that everybody was inside of the vehicle as opposed to being out doing any kind of operations at that time. So we're going to continue to review that. We're going to review it with the Highway Patrol. I have not received any reports yet, but it's all under investigation. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chief. And it reminds us that, every day that our first responders are in harm's way. And again, we ask people if they see the lights on the road, that the law is move over to the other lane. So again, without knowing the circumstances, but we always encourage folks, when you see police or fire out on the road, if you can, move over to the other lane. So again, best wishes to all, quick recovery. And again, thank you for all involved. Just a quick other note, Chief, and then I will get to any questions or comments. It's one thing I want you to press upon, and I have to admit, my son's one of the knuckleheads that went out on the ice here recently. I want you to explain, ice. There's as you know and I know, there's no such thing as safe ice, and we're currently experiencing ice, colder weather out here in Vermilion, and some folks even today were out off the Main Street beach out on the ice. So again, we first responders, will respond to emergencies, but don't put us in a situation where we're responding and ourselves as first responders get hurt. So I don't know if you could talk about that, because my understanding you guys had some ice rescue training, and just make people aware they shouldn't be on the ice.
Yeah, personally, I don't like being on ice, and I don't like seeing people on ice for the obvious reasons. I understand that there are sportsmen that like to do that. We never know the thickness of the ice. You can go from spot to spot, whether it's on the river or the lake, and that can change rapidly. We do train. We do have equipment. Last week, I believe they were down training specifically for that. I would rather never have to use that equipment, but we have to train for it just in case. I would discourage people from getting on the ice. It's just not safe. You never know. I think you hit the nail on the head when you just discussed it there. So I don't know what more I could add to it other than I have this personal feeling that it's just not safe and should probably be avoided if at all possible.
Well, again, thank you, and thank you to all the firemen that train for it, and again, quick recovery for all. Are there any
Thank you.
comments?
If I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I kind of omitted a part of that involving that accident the other day. That heavy rescue truck that was involved is out of service. We do not know the extent of damage to that yet. We're getting some folks in to give us damage and estimate repairs. That truck, I believe, was model 1960 or 1996. So obviously, we're going to try to get it back in service as soon as possible if it can be, but we need some experts to take a look at it. It's currently over at the city service center until we can get that taken care of. So to follow up on that, we did relocate the equipment that we could over to another pumper. So that stuff is back in service as best it can be.
Cool. Thank you. And keep us updated on the vehicle as well. So, and,
Yes, sir.
and the fireman health as well. Any comments, questions, or concerns for the Fire Chief Stopowski?
Chief Herron.
Yeah, I just wanted, for what it's worth, tell you that our family, and I think an entire community, keeps your department in our thoughts and prayers. Because I had a friend who was a firefighter who said that there's no call that's routine. There's nothing, and that's just the way it is with the job that you do. So I just want to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Council President. Anybody else? Gwen, anybody?
Not that I'm seeing.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Next, we'll go on to Police Chief's report. Chief Hartung, welcome. Thank you.
Good evening. As everyone's aware, we had the bomb threat last week that required the evacuation of the middle school. It's still under investigation. Unfortunately, at this point, it's just a lot of subpoenas and a lot of waiting on information to come back, but Detective Shoup is diligently tracking it down. My compliments go out to the school. The teachers did a phenomenal job of evacuating the students. We don't come into these situations too often, so to watch everything work out, I was pleasantly surprised. Thanks to the fire department that came out and assisted with the evacuation of the kids to get them over to the high school. Special thanks to Rodney Johnson, who kept me company in the lobby while we're waiting on the bomb dogs from the RTA. Rodney, good job. Chris, you need to give him a little bump up there. We received through the Ohio chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, we received 30 gun safes. They're 10 by 7 by 2 gun safes. The purpose of the grant was to get these out to individuals who have children in the home and maybe a handgun in the home, and they need a way to secure it. So all the information's on our Facebook page. The first 30 that reach out that are city residents who fill that need, they send an email to me at chartung@vermilionpolice.com, and they get one of those safes. We're looking to see if we can get more. Dispatcher Katie Capriva actually applied for the grant and got it, so kudos to her. We're definitely going to see it's been very popular so far. I've already given 15 of them out. I got 15 left. And we're definitely going to try and get some more of those, but excellent program. If you're not familiar with it, if you go to our Facebook page, you can read up on it. All the units are going to be completing their CPR, their AD, and their first aid training over the next couple weeks. We got a little bit behind with COVID last year. Things got thrown out a little bit, but those certifications will be handled. And then I finished rewriting and updating the job descriptions for all the positions. Those were submitted to the union today for their input. And then this month, Captain Graham and I go through our entire rule and reg manual and update it and rewrite what needs to be rewritten. So it's a very nail-biting, exciting month of February. Other than that, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to talk about the bomb threat as well. And I have 3 children that attend the school, and personally it popped up on my screen at work, and I instantly went into panic mode myself. And I was rest assured right away that the situation was being handled by Vermilion PD, back up with Vermilion Fire and the school. And what I was told was that it went smoothly and we had nothing to worry about, that it was all under control and our children were safe. And I'd like to thank you again, because 3 of my children attend the schools and my youngest was at the middle school when it happened. And she said it was like clockwork. It happened and worked perfectly. And thank you to all the first responders, all the officers, all the firemen, the teachers, everybody involved. So very well handled. And thank you again for what you guys do. So I appreciate it. And thank you very much. And yes, great program on the grant. Good job. Encourage folks to reach out to the chief if you need a safe to lock it up. All too often we're called to calls where a child accidentally gets a hold of a firearm, and sometimes the end is not great. So again, if you feel you need that, reach out to the chief. Again, thank you for all you do, and any comments or questions for Chief Hartung. Gwen?
No.
Okay. Well, if that's all, that completes health and safety. Thank you.
I'd like to call the Utilities Committee meeting to order. There are 3 items on the printed agenda. The first item is VOL sanitary laterals, and that Mr. Valerius is on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we all know, the city has inflow and infiltration issues throughout our sanitary sewers. Last year, the city had flow meters installed at 16 different locations, mostly in the VOL area, to determine which streets have the most stormwater infiltration. As part of our NPDES permit renewal, the EPA is wanting to know specifically what the city is doing and what the city will be doing about our I&I issues. This topic seems to have risen to the top as a major concern of the EPA. So at this time, I would like to ask council's permission to prepare a bid package, so as we may go out to bid for a street to do, or maybe a street and a half, to try and remedy the laterals in throughout the area. I figure there's 2 different ways we could go about this. We could quote it to where the city could come in and fix all the laterals in the right of way and then install a clean out. Or we can have a quote to fix all the laterals in the right of way and then have a lateral camera shoot up the private laterals and inspect each residence's lateral and determine if their lateral is leaking I&I, or if it's, it has issues. And then if that's the case, how we would treat that. If we just have the contractor fix it at the time, if we send a letter to the homeowner and tell them it needs to be fixed. I mean, just a couple different ways we could look at this, but I think the time has come. EPA is demanding that we do something. So I think we're going to have to pick a street or maybe 2 streets to fix.
Thank you, Mr. Valerius. Are there any comments from anyone on council? I can't. Barbara?
Unmute, Barb.
Can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Have we looked into the few issues that we weren't sure about when we cambered it last time? That could be big infiltration problems that might be repairable without going to that extent?
There is an area over on Roland where there was another manhole discovered and a possible section of main that was not cambered initially. We're going to have a camera crew go in there and probably within the next week or 2 to investigate that a little more.
Okay. Amy, a question for you. Is there any chance, they were talking about, I think it was PACE financing. Is there anything we could do with that where we set up an area, utility area, and we work with long-term financing without it being an assessment type thing? Was it called PACE?
I would have to do a little more review of that and see what we would possibly have that we could be eligible for. When you said to avoid assessments, just.
Well, it extended the payments, you know, without the city actually doing an assessment, I believe. It was a district where you set up a district.
I thought the PACE was assessment based.
But it's not, it was through Lorraine County, wasn't it? Or
I believe so, but I could have swore they said it would be individual assessments.
oh
for
no,
each project.
it would be individually billed, but it was a way to spread it out on their taxes. I don't think the city actually went through the assessment process. At least that was the impression I had. Anyway, if you could look into it, because I think we're gonna, one problem is some of these people are not gonna be able to pay upfront the cost of the repairs. So if we could find a way to buffer that.
Well, the assessment process would do that. It would be spread over 20 years. I
But the
believe.
assessment process is expensive for the city. I'm trying to see if there is a way that we might be able to mitigate it without a full assessment project. Because we're talking about one street at a time, not a full project.
Mhm.
That would be possibly a limitation, is if some of those programs have minimum sizes before they'll go into those. But I can work with Tony on some of that information and get some information back for March.
Thank you. Mr. Hollabacks?
Thank you, Frank. I guess my question for Tony is, when we're doing the selection of the street or the two streets, how are we making that determination? The worst, closest to something where there's a problem? How are you going to make that determination? And do you guys also have the information from the second set of testing that we took when we moved the flow meters?
We do have that information. I think the best way to go about it, you know, it's up to council. It's council's decision which street they would like to do, but the streets were ranked in the after the results of all the flow metering was done. Roland was ranked number 1, I believe, and then Cummings down in that VOL area. This was the first round of flow meter testing we did.
Okay.
So, I mean, when I say we do, maybe we could pick a road, maybe a road and a half, you know, Roland is a half a street. So, I mean, we could just see what the prices would come out to be.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from council? I can only see a few people here.
Yeah. Frank, I just want to remind council too, that this is going to be a major street cuts. These are, from what I understand from Chris, right, Chris? We're going to destroy the street that we do it on. So I think council just needs to keep that in mind. There's going to be some major street repairs involved.
Correct. It'd be an open cut across each street, so there would be a lot of damage to the existing street.
Okay. Well, what does council want to suggest? You want to try to get a bid on Roland and Cummins to start off with and see what the costs come out to be?
Frank, you have a resident that wants to speak to you. Do you want to hear from them first?
Sure. Go ahead, please.
Homer?
Thank you, Chair Frank Luca and members of council. Homer Taft, 3972 Edgewater. Two things. First of all, I understood Service Director Valerius to say that there were two ways to go to bid. One, simply replacing the lateral to the property line, and the other, placing a clean out at the intersection of the property line with the right of way. I assumed that initially it might be cheaper not to put in a clean out, but over the long term, if you're going to have to video all of the private laterals, and if you're going to have issues in the future where you need clean outs, you'd probably be better off to consider that now, I would assume. As to Councilwoman Brady's point about assessment, I would point out that VOL, I think, unlike every other area of the city, did get assessed for lining its sewers. You know, our sewer repairs were assessed and we still pay them. I would understand if the private laterals was a matter of assessment, but I would hope that the public repair was not a matter of assessment. I'm not sure that would be entirely fair. And the other point that I would make is that if we are tearing up streets, we should look at obviously any water lines or rebuilding the base of streets or doing it right the first time so that we don't go back and keep reinventing the wheel on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taft. Yeah, personally, to me, I wouldn't agree with an assessment for the public area, but I would agree for a clean out that the city would put in, and then an assessment or some other funding for the private residences. To me, that's private property, and to me, an assessment would be the way to go. And then that the city would fund the main sewer line and the cutoffs. Anyway, are there any comments, any further comments from anyone?
Steve.
Frank, I agree with you that the city portion should be paid by the city. Residents will take care of theirs. If they do have infiltration, I think any resident that's along these streets should have a clean out, because that'll solve a lot of problems down the road if something happens again. I think we should go out and get pricing from a contractor. We'll probably see it better pricing than what we can do, because they're equipped to jump in there and they're going to work a full day, where we have 3 or 4 guys on the street department that we don't have the manpower to do something like that. So I would hope that we went out for a bid, got a contractor in there so they can get in and get out and not make this a whole year project.
Thank you, Mr. Hollivax. Any other comments from anyone? Do we want to go ahead with the motion?
Hold on. Drew Worley.
Thank you, Mr. Worley. Please proceed.
Yeah, just listen to this. This sounds really expensive. I'm not sure how everyone plans to pay for it, but maybe we should reconsider the large amount of funds that the Main Street Beach Road is going to cost the Rose Department and sewage and stuff. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worley. Do we want to proceed with a motion for the administration to go out for bids to, if we want to pick Roland or Cummins, or is there any other discussion to, at the suggestion of Mr. Valerius?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Gwen?
All right, hold on 1 minute. So I think there was 2 different ways Tony had discussed about going out to bid. One was to remedy the laterals in the right of way, or it's to fix the laterals in the right of way. Do you need that clarified, Tony?
Well, do we want to, if council so chooses, we could just go through and just fix all of the laterals in the city right away. We could get a quote just for that and then just end it with a clean out in the right of way. Or we could get a quote to do all of that, but then also launch a camera up every single private lateral to determine its condition to see if it needs repaired as well.
Well, that would be done after the main sewer and the shutoffs are installed. Is that what you mean, Tony?
No, I think you'd go through first with the camera.
Oh, okay.
You go first through with the camera and inspect each lateral, and then determine, which citizens' laterals have issues and what needs to be fixed.
Would it be best to quote it both ways?
Right.
That's what I was, yeah.
Okay.
If you so choose to do that, yes.
Mhm.
Okay, if there's a general consensus on that, go ahead, Gwen, call the roll, please.
I think Steve had a question and Barb had a question.
Well, no, Steve and Monica, I think, actually.
Oh, sorry, I don't see you two. Anyway,
Steve?
Please proceed.
Yeah. Frank, I agree with what Tony said, to get a price both ways, because most likely if we get the results and if a resident needs it done and they could work through the contractor and work out a cost, it probably will cost them less money than them going out and finding a contractor, due to the fact is you have a contractor mobilized there doing the work for our lateral. And if they have to go up to a resident, the cost of that is less money, most likely, than it would be if the resident hired someone, because it's all opened up and ready to go. If I'm not, is that how you see it, Tony?
Yes, yep, I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Halifax. Barbara?
Monica?
Oh, I'm sorry, Monica.
Oh, no,
I
okay,
have a
I'm
question.
good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Frank.
Okay. Monica?
I did not have a question. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, if there's no further ado.
Frank, one more thing.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. Please do.
Remember when we had the sewer lines cameraed, we had a problem with
the length?
Not the length, but
Okay.
a lot of the laterals were 6-inch at the main line. And then
Okay.
it went back so far and it was a 4-inch.
Okay.
The company before couldn't launch up the 4-inch, and that discrepancy and the difference in the pipe, they had a problem with that. So that's the concern. We couldn't go all the way up to the house with the lateral launch.
Does that include all the homes or just a few, or?
Well, based on the camera work that was done, just to give you an idea, Roland had 10 laterals. Cummings had 36 laterals.
And all of them go to 4-inch?
Some of them did. They vary.
So there would be an issue for some. We wouldn't be able to get up all the way.
Correct, unless we ask a company if they can lateral launch and get down a 4-inch pipe.
Okay.
Which is important to know. So, we can ask that.
Okay. All right. Any other comments?
Just so we kind of need clarification on this motion at this point. I don't even know how to state it. You might need help by Tony, the way to state it.
Well, if council so chooses, I think maybe then we just get one quote that includes everything. It includes not only cameraing our laterals, but all the way up into the private laterals. And that way, if we want to move forward with, doing all the residences laterals as well, then we've got the information, we've got a price.
But you have to break it down. I mean, you have to even break it down.
Well, we've already cameraed camera. I can't say it. We've already taken pictures through the main. I mean, so we already have that information. We've already paid for that, haven't we?
I would recommend you get a price for the city portion. So everything within the right of way.
A price, right, for repair.
Correct.
With the clean out.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I think I have that then.
All right.
Monica, or Steve and Monica, you'll revise that motion to pretty much what Chris just said, correct?
I make that motion what Chris said.
Second.
Okay, are we ready to call the roll?
Please.
Homer, are you asking to speak again? Or didn't I lower your hand last time?
No, I did stick it up again. Just in terms of if you ask for bids, would you be wise to ask for them to quote what it would be to go up the private laterals at the homeowner's expense so that you have that covered in advance if it's a group project?
Chris, Tony?
Yeah, the way we could do it is we could give a length on the private side to the house. And that way we get a price per linear foot per parcel. So we get an idea of what the cost would be for the private side too. So it would make sense to get a price for everything now, and then you could break it out, the city portion and the private sides.
So we're changing the emotion again? I've got like five different motions going. I'm kind of getting confused here.
So basically it's for repairing the laterals, a main city sewer, including a shut off, and then also including what the repair would be for the private properties. And then checking out to see if the cameras that couldn't reach through the 4-inch, that someone can actually camera that. I don't know, does that makes sense?
Makes sense to me.
Okay, you guys ready for the roll?
I believe so.
Gahan,
Yes.
Brady,
Yes.
Luca,
Yes.
Hollivax,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you. I'd like to proceed to item 2. This is just a few brief notes. I'm by no means an expert in all phases of recycling. However, I'd like to share information on some items that are included in our recycling project, some materials that are included in our recycling program. Some brief tips are included to help us all make our program more effective, considering the changes going on in the world regarding the acceptance of materials to be recycled. It's just four quick topics here. Item 1, plastic bags, plastic wrap, and bubble wrap. These items are definitely not part and never been part of the curbside recycling program. Plastic bags require a completely separate process for recycling. And my wife and I walk quite a bit, and on rubbish days, it kind of hurts when we're walking down the street and people have their recyclables sealed up in plastic bags because they're just going to end up in the landfill. It basically defeats the purpose. Please place all items loose in a container. There are many places to take plastic bags for recycling, a few of which: Giant Eagle, Kroger, Target, Home Depot, Lowe's, Best Buy, Walmart, and Meijer. That is one of the biggest bugaboos that really kick into the recycling project. Quickly, item 2, plastic bottles and containers. Only plastics with triangle symbols 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7 are presently acceptable. Number 3 is PVC, and number 6 is polystyrene, which is more commonly called styrofoam. And styrofoam is actually a Dow Chemical trademark name for polystyrene. And in reality, the major market for these plastic containers is for number 1, polyethylene terephthalate, which is PETE, and number 2, high density polyethylene. That's the market for the other 4, 5, and 7 is a bit iffy at present. And for the partiers in recycling, unfortunately, red Solo cups are number 6. They go in the trash. Item 3, aluminum cans. It takes about 4 pounds of bauxite ore to make about 1 pound of raw aluminum. Consequently, over 90% of the energy needed to manufacture an aluminum can is just to produce the aluminum. So recycling aluminum cans remains a very popular item in the recycling world. Right now, I believe there's 32 12-ounce cans to a pound, and they're getting about a recycling $1.60 a pound. The last item, there's a few tips from Jennifer Eltridge of Republic Services. She advises, when in doubt, throw it out. For recycling to fly, containers need to be empty, clean, and dry. And also, it's now okay to leave caps on plastic bottles and containers. And lastly, it's also more effective in the recycling program to not crush plastic bottles before putting them in. So if there's any questions, I can attempt to answer them. But anyway, I just thought I'd make a few comments of things I've learned. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so moving right along, item 3, 2020 update on the water and sewer plants by our service director, Mr. Tony Valerius.
Thank you, Chairman Luca. Let's start with the water plant. The water plant has 6 employees, 4 operators, 1 maintenance mechanic / relief operator, and 1 superintendent. The water plant's average usage in the wintertime, this time of year, is about 1 million gallons a day. In the summer, we look at about 1.4 to 1.5 million, which averages around 1.2 million a year. Some of the things that we did last year at the water plant, we erected the new fence around Clearwell 4 there, just north of the French restaurant. The EPA makes sure that we have that cordoned off so nobody can access that on foot. So a new fence was installed there. Also, currently we are upgrading the SCADA system at the plant, which upgrades basically all the computer systems. Pump controls, it controls the water and chemical levels. It records all the turbidity. So that's a very important part to upgrading the water plant. Something else that we want to continue doing this year is we have 2 filters that we want to rebuild, which we want to do that in-house. We're going to hire a consultant to help us, but we can save some money by doing the majority of that work in-house. So we will be doing that. And also we want to enhance the security systems at the water plant with additional cameras, video intercom, and we want to upgrade the locks. So that's what we want to do at the water plant. Wastewater plant, we have 6 employees as well, 2 operators, 2 maintenance mechanics, 1 lab tech, who also does some work over at the water plant as well. And we also have a superintendent there. Last year at the wastewater plant, we did quite a bit of work. We rebuilt 2 of the secondary tanks. We replaced the bearings, the drive shaft chains, and the flights. We had some airline repairs, which supplies the plant with air for the aeration system. We finished the barn in the back and implemented the new chemical feed systems, which were much better. We don't have to worry about chemicals freezing or anything anymore. And we did update a lot of the lab equipment as well. This year, we would like to install 2 airlift pumps. We want to also upgrade the SCADA system at the wastewater treatment plant. As soon as we get it finished at the water plant, we'll move over there and begin that process. This will not only run the computer systems at the wastewater, but it'll also upgrade all the alarms at all of the lift stations as well. We want to install new rails on one of the secondary tanks, and we need to have a full service done to the centrifuge every 10,000 hours. It really requires a new full service done. So we're looking at doing that this year. Also, something else at the wastewater treatment plant, as part of our EPA requirements for our NPDES permit renewal, the city has hired an engineer to perform a feasible study to inspect the entire wastewater treatment plant to determine if it has exceeded its useful life expectancy. So just to give you some background information, the plant was built in 1964, okay? And a plant our size, usually every 20 years needs a major upgrade in order for it to run properly and to stay up with EPA requirements. The plant was built in 64. We had a major upgrade in 1983, 84. But since that, all we've done is some small improvements. And so it's been 40 years since we did anything major to the plant. And so this is what this feasibility study is going to show after that's finished. And of course, those results will be available once that's finished. So, and that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Valerius. Are there any comments from Mr. Holovax?
Tony, as you know, these plants are 60s, you know, the water plant somewhat the same, you know, back in the 60s. Where are we at with capacity of the water plant, capacity with the sewer plant? I mean, we continue to build. I mean, we're just starting to build again. We've had some down years, but how much, you know, are we at 60%, 70%? Will this report tell us some of this information so that we know what we have to do for the future? I guess that's my, you know, my question to you is the capacity, where we're at.
I believe this report will hit on that, but I can tell you through talking through the with many of the operators at the plant that we are reaching our capacity at our plant. I believe our plan is a 2.5 million, and you know, I don't know what the recommendation would be to improve it. I'm sure the study will show that.
Mr. Holmes, did you have your hand up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilman Luca. Yeah, Tony, I remember when we did the tour of the fine facility, several questions came up. And again, I remember the whole issue with the screening where the lift came up and all the stuff was getting clogged up there. I assume hopefully this study will, you know, address that. Did we do anything to update that after we had that?
We did. We addressed that. We got a new bar screen probably 2 years ago.
Okay, I did recall us doing something like that. And we're continuing to have wastewater haulers come in, and we're continuing to charge them for.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's going well. No issues.
No issues. It's been going well.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? I only have a limited amount of faces.
Hollaback.
Oh, Mr. Hollaback.
Tony, I guess I should have put in there with the capacity issues. Does the infiltration of stormwater affect the plant to the point where it's putting it to capacity?
It's putting it over capacity when we have I&I issues, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from anyone, please?
I don't see any.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, we'll certainly look forward to that report, Mr. Valerius, and thank you for taking the time to put it together. And that concludes utilities.
Okay, streets, buildings, and grounds for Monday, February 8th will come to order. Gwen, I want to ask if we get into where there's questions, can you help me out? Because I can only see a couple people, okay? Yeah. Number one will be the former fire station number 1, and I've got Tony's name by it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There has been a little discussion about what to do with Fire Station 1 now that the new fire station is basically done. They'll be moving in here soon. Does the city want to sell the building or retain it? I feel that I got a pretty good idea for what we should do with it. I think we should convert it to a parks department. Right now, our parks department is really a pole barn. It's a it's a 4 garage door pole barn is all it is. And these guys work out of this barn throughout the year with nothing but electric. They have no heat in the building. They have no water, no bathroom. And that's what they work out of. The old fire station would provide them with, you know, a heated area to work in. There are offices there. It would also provide an area for the water trucks for the Vermilion and Bloom group. The trucks are our trucks, but we allow the Vermilion and Bloom group to use them to water the flowers. And certainly there's a water source there, obviously, and room for those trucks. I just think that, you know, we have an opportunity here. There's plenty of room for their tractor, their trailer, and their lawnmowers, and for them to do work at the location. The upstairs could still be utilized by the Firemen's Social Club. It could be utilized for any recreation meetings or Parks Board meetings or Tree Commission meetings, whatever we want. But I think the downstairs would be a fantastic Parks Department.
Is there any questions for Tony?
Right.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Mr. Valerius. That's my only comment. I think that would be a great use. The building is in pretty good condition, and the Parks and Recreation Board are basically working in one of those junk buildings that we've been talking about. Anyway, thanks. That's all I have to say.
Monica, unmute.
Thank you. I remember when we just had begun to build the fire department, the new fire station, and I believe Chief Steve Stempowski came to us and spoke at that time saying that once the station was built, if I'm remembering correctly, that he still wanted to use that building for storage and from some different things for the station, for the fire department. And at that time, I believe we even asked if he would be able to afford in his budget to keep that building up as well as a new one. And he felt that he didn't have any problem with that. I see Chief is still on. I don't know if he would be able to answer that question, if he still has use for the building like we were originally in the original conversation way back when it was just discussed about building this new building.
Yeah, so the fire department stance hasn't changed. Originally, when we talked about the new facility, the plan was to vacate what was then current Station 3, or which was Station 3, which was at the end of the city service center, and to give that to the service department, however they deemed necessary for that. So currently, our position hasn't changed on that building. Will that change in the future? I don't know. We're still using it, obviously, and the plan was to maintain it. Yes.
Any other questions?
Steve,
Barb?
yeah, does the Parks Board have the funds to maintain the building? Are they comfortable with putting that in their budget? I think Terry's on here.
I have not yet approached the Parks Department about this. I mean, I can tell you that utilities at the location run approximately $6,700 a year. That includes gas and electric. Really, other than that, there's not much else. The building has been maintained over the years, and I know that they recently put on a new roof. The building was painted in 2012. In 2009, there's a new HVAC system was installed throughout the entire building. And also in 2009, the north wall was stabilized, and there were some windows that were replaced in there. So overall, I don't think maintaining the building would cost that much. And like I said, using it on a daily basis, the utilities are approximately around $6,700 a year.
Thank you.
Brian,
Any other question?
Brian Holmes was next.
Thank you, Councilman Holovax. Yeah, I mean, it'd be great if the fire department felt that they had no further use for the building, that would give our Parks Department something to work out of that's workable. It's my understanding, and I've spoken with them. It's pretty rough where they're currently at. This would give them an opportunity to, I think, would give them the opportunity to give some longevity to some of the equipment that we have, because they'd be able to work in a building that's heated. The building would be heated, which is obviously good for the vehicle, vehicles, mowers, and whatnot. Give them opportunity to, winterize the vehicles during the winter in a heated building, which my understanding they can't do that now. Is that correct, Tony?
Right.
So, yeah, if the fire department has no use and the city can afford to continue to, the city or i.e. Parks Board can continue to pay the utilities in that building, I think it's something we certainly should at least investigate and look into.
If Terry Parker, did you want to address them, their questions to you?
Not much to say. We haven't heard of this. We haven't considered it. We'd have to take a look at it if it becomes an option.
Rodney Johnson. Rodney, unmute.
Hi, my name is Rodney Johnston in 776 Exchange Street, Vermilion, Ohio. I live right next to the fire station. Been on the fire department for 43 years. When we talked about this back in November, and Chief Simpowski said that he was still interested in keeping the station, the organization within the fire department of the men that raised money to put back into the community has used that building for 43 years that I've been on. I've been president for the last 25 years. Before council would make any kind of decision, I hope they would talk to us and look at our PowerPoint and things that we had planned for the building as far as a museum, meeting halls, and stuff like that, and keep it as a historical site for a fire station to where we can keep raising money to put back into the community. Over the last probably 10 years, with scholarships and everything else, we've probably put close to $7,500,000 back into the community. If we lose this down here, I'm not sure people will come to the new $4 million fire station, and we really didn't build a new $4 million fire station to have breakfast and stuff out. So we'd like you to consider this, look at our proposal, and give us a chance at it. We even talked about, you know, as Tony said, the electric and stuff is about $6,000. Even, you know, taking care of some of that.
Okay, anybody else?
Tony.
Certainly the Parks Department would be willing to accommodate. I know your pancake breakfast. I don't think it would take much to move the vehicles out of the bays so that you could utilize that area for I think you said you did about 4 pancake breakfasts a year.
Well, we do 4 a year, but if we had the building, we'd do more to raise more money to put back into the community. I guess my concern is, you know, at first you were talking about this ordinance for storage units and stuff. When we got, you know, everything up there on Devon Drive, and now you want to move the Park and Recreation Department trucks, tractors, and everything down here and use this for the garage in a residential area. I'm just looking, I just like to put money back into the community. And I think us utilizing that building along with the chief keeping it and keeping one truck down here would be a better fit.
Okay, Gwen, is there anybody else that has any questions?
No.
Okay, what we'll do is, Tony, why don't we, you get back to us and we'll have to work between the fire department and the city and get back to council, and we'll have to bring this up at a later date then.
All right.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. Item number 2 is the city pool, and I have the mayor and the parks board.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Holloway. Despite the current temperatures, it's really time we have to start thinking about making some decisions for the Valley View pool for this year. There are really 2 items regarding the pool in front of us. Now I take it first, item number 1, which is the pool survey that many people have heard about. The pool survey informs us about the future decisions that we might have to make regarding the pool, but it does really not affect this year's decision to open the pool or not. The pool survey is a whole separate item. I mean, I, like many of you, are a believer in making long-term decisions based on facts. And the purpose of the pool survey is to do exactly that, to provide us the facts that are needed to make whatever long-term decisions on the pool that have to be made. It provides things like usage patterns, demographics, location preferences, and things of that nature. In fact, at this point, since the pool survey was done by the Parks Department and a sub-department of the Parks Department, I'd like to see if maybe Parks Board President Terry Parker could just give us a brief overview of what the pool survey has told us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. In addition to the bulk data that was recently released, there were 3 focus groups conducted by our intern from Bowling Green last Friday, and that data hasn't been submitted to us in terms of a boiled down fashion yet. What we're doing is looking at 2 different things. One is the long term, and we're not going to be able to get to a long-term situation this spring. So in the meantime, we are trying to marshal our forces so that we can open the pool this summer. It was closed last summer, not because of any decision other than the COVID restrictions. I know there's a lot of stuff that swirls around the community. Oh no, they were planning on getting rid of. No, it was because of COVID. And so as we continue to study, the parks operations director, Weisenberger, and Dennis Brudney, who chairs our pool committee, and unfortunately he couldn't be here tonight, so I'm kind of filling in for him. You know, assuming that the heater and filters are going to work after sitting for 2 years, assuming that COVID protocols permit us to open and we have regulations so that patrons can comply and that we can find adequate funding, we want to open it this summer. As the mayor has suggested, we do need to get on it because it could conceivably take a month at least to get things up and running. We've identified what we believe is the source of the leak of water over the last couple of years. We have a plan to address that this spring. We can probably open the pool with less than $5,000 to $6,000 worth of repairs for this season. And through a combination of slightly reduced hours and some outside fundraising, we hope to be able to do that. The budget, the expense of the pool in the last several years was probably low to mid 50,000s in my recollection. Amy, would you nod your head if that? Yeah, she's nodding yes. Okay. And of that, you know, 16 or 17,000 was admissions and memberships. And then the rest had to be made up from either the general fund or the Parks Board. And this year we're looking at, again, through reduced hours and some better management and losing less water, we're shooting for a budget of about 40,000. And of that, we hope to raise a minimum of 10, preferably 20 from donations and the community and daily admissions. One of the ways that we're going to save money, we believe, is by fixing that leak. If you're losing a couple thousand gallons of water every other day, then you got to replace that water, and then you got to heat and treat that new water. And our chemical usage is 4 times what the big pool in Amherst uses. And our gas is higher than theirs. And we're thinking that by fixing those couple of things, we can reduce our expenses and get it open in that kind of a budget. We're going to continue working with master's candidates from Bowling Green who are helping us define probably 2 outside number 3 future options for the community to consider. People have indicated they think we should operate a pool. And so we have to take things into consideration. What would you like to see in that pool? What would make it serve more people? And how are we going to pay for it? And all of that's going to take more time than we have this spring. So we continue to work on it. We certainly will keep you updated. We try to keep the community better informed. There's just been a long period where we were just gathering data, and that's starting to bear fruit. So I hope that answers your questions.
Yeah, so there's the lowdown on the survey itself. It's going to inform us, as Terry Parker said, and as we go forward. And I support Terry Parker. I think that we should intend to open the pool this year. And there are 3 things, some of which Terry covered, that we need to consider in the course of doing that. I've asked the finance director not to include pool cost in the budget proposal for this year. I mean, considering that we're $285,000 short in revenue from where we were last year, I don't know that it would stand a chance in the budget anyway. But I'm suggesting 3 things. One is that we commit to opening the pool, considering three things. One is that we receive funding support from the public. The numbers that Terry talked about and then I've talked about with the finance director are pretty much right on. $50,000 to operate it, about $20,000 or so, $20,000 coming back in gate revenue, and the actual cost of operating the pool at about $30,000 plus the minimal repairs between 5 and 6. Last time we went to the public for fundraising, we received, I think, almost 3 times that amount, and that the pool operated for 3 years on the public donations. I mean, I would be the first to write a check as we go to the public for public funds. The second item that we have to be concerned about is unforeseen structural problems with the pool. As things are done, such as replacing maybe the
skimmer box.
Skimmer box, right? Thank you. That it may reveal some additional issues, possibly with the pool walls. But assuming that it doesn't, keeping our fingers crossed that it doesn't, we should continue to go forward with opening the pool. The third item is the health department. And that was my call pretty much last year, that we not open the pool because of being able to comply with health department requirements pertaining to COVID. I think we have a better handle on what those requirements are this year. I think the demand for opening the pool is there, that we will be able to manage meeting whatever health department requirements there are. So my intention, I believe the Parks Board's intention, is to open the pool, but there are some things to go forward with in order to meet that. And that's pretty much it. I know it's if we're going to be raising money, it's February, and we're going to need to know pretty quickly where we are on being able to have supplemental funds pretty soon. So that's my position.
Is there any questions for either the mayor or Terry Parker with the Parks Board? And Gwen, can you give me a hand? Thank you.
I don't have a question. I just want to say I think this is a great plan to move forward with opening the pool. I fully support having a pool in our community. You know, we live right on the lake, and I think it's important that we have a pool that so many kids learn to swim in. You know, we have Rotary that offers all the free swim lessons, and it's just priceless to have a pool, to have safety for our children to know to swim, and to give everybody in the community a safe place to go swim. The lake isn't always the safest place to be during the summer in the water there. So it's a great place to be. Thank you.
Is there anybody else has any questions or comments?
Ronnie Johnson, and then Homer. You have to unmute, Rodney.
For Mr. Parker, just to reiterate, if you're looking for some way to raise funds, this is what the social club for the fire department does. So just get in contact with me and we'll see what I can do to help you out.
I'm writing your name down.
Homer.
Okay.
Thank you, Homer Taft, 3972 Edgewater. Get off video. And I would love to see the pool open, and my sense is that COVID isn't going to stop it. But I think there is a financial issue. I think we spent over $40,000 2 years ago, and last year the pool was open, and public money for somewhere between 250 to 500 people, using it 2,500 times total from what I saw in the entire summer. That's kind of a major investment in just a few folks. I would hope that the council would insist and the Parks Board would come up with a plan where perhaps there would be enough subscriptions to underwrite a substantial majority of the operating costs that are expected of the pool, rather than a rather substantial minority of those costs. I'm a senior. I'm perfectly able, if I could use the pool, and it's not real accessible to us over here, but and there's not a lot of parking, but if we could use it, I should pay for it. I think we need higher fees. I think we need to charge more people, and I don't think we should be subsidizing people that do not live in the city of Vermilion to use the pool. I think they ought to pay the full rate. I was supposed to participate in one of those focus groups along with my wife Helen this past week. Unfortunately, I found myself at St. John's instead. So I still hope to do that. And long term, I would think a pool would be a very good thing for the city and its residents and our economy. But quite frankly, not if it's just a summer only. Only use it when there's not inclement weather pool. I think it needs to be a far better plan than that. And I will be at least one who is urging that we come up with a different and better plan than what we have now.
Gwen, is there anybody else that has any questions or comments?
Terry Parker.
Thank you. Just to follow up to something Homer mentioned, one of the things that one of our master's candidates who's doing this project for the city for free, we hired the intern, but there are 3 other students who are doing a project for us. They're looking at admission prices across the area in terms of other pools, and we're really sort of in line. The only way that I think you change that equation is you offer something that's going to draw more people and be able to serve more people. So, but we'll know more when they get their work done, which will be done by mid-April, I believe.
Thank you, Terry.
Yep.
Is there any other questions or comments, Gwen?
Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Mr. Taft. I mean, intellectually and logically, I agree with Mr. Taft. There is a phenomenon in the city, though, that people love the pool. I mean, when we had a fundraiser last time, the vast majority of the people who gave money were people who never get wet. I mean, they never go to that pool. But there's a sentiment in this community that we have one. I think the survey plays right into Mr. Taft's concerns. It informs us in an ability to have a better pool, one that maybe does what he says, goes year round. I think we're all in sync on what probably long-term we need to have that maximizes whatever investments made in it and how we generate the revenue. But it's in the short term. I just can't see a way to keep this community from having a pool again this summer, particularly with all everybody's been through in the past year and continues to go through. It's just one of those phenomena. People love that pool.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else?
Brian. Killing me, guys.
Thank you. The study that Bowling Green students and the doctor from Bowling Green are working on is phenomenal what they're doing. They truly are giving us options for the future, and hopefully through the survey and these groups and the additional studying and everything they're doing will help us get to that, like Homer says, get to that those options that we can offer more with something bigger and greater, hopefully. But for now, like the mayor's saying, for now, if we're able to get this pool open, get the health department, the fix, make sure it's safe to get it open. And we're able to do it. I encourage all the citizens that are out there in Vermilion tonight, go to the pool, take the time, take the kids, take yourself. It's a great, unique little pool. And again, we're just going to be building the future for the Parks Department, for the pool, and possibly for better, greater things. So if we're able to get the pool open, I challenge the residents of Vermilion, come to the pool, spend some time and spend some money and sign up for a membership. So thank you.
Okay. Gwen, is there anybody else?
No, you better go move on to the next item pretty
next
quick.
one. I just want to thank the mayor and Terry Parker. Please keep us posted on what's going on, and we'll move to item number 3, which is urban paving, and that has Chris Howard.
Thank you, Councilman Halvex. I wanted to update council regarding the bridge over the Vermilion River in regards to urban paving. Over the last couple of years, the city has spent several $1,000s to have a contractor replace the back wall of the westbound lane expansion joint on the bridge, which has been a temporary fix. With the urban paving project, we asked ODOT to investigate the issue since the existing steel expansion joint has fully closed and the surrounding concrete exhibits stress. After ODOT's review, they have determined that a complete replacement of the deck and sidewalk expansion joint is required. They also determined that the east bridge joint needs to be replaced also. To facilitate this, the bridge will require full roadway closure. ODOT would like to close the roadway at the conclusion of the tourist season for as short a period as possible. We have requested that the work on the bridge be done after the Woolly Bear Festival. They are estimating the closure would be a minimum of 45 days, weather dependent. When the roadway is closed, they're proposing to allow pedestrian traffic, except for short intermittent periods during construction. Please note that the cost for this would be covered by ODOT. But I just wanted to make council aware that unfortunately we're going to have to close the bridge during or after Woolly Bear.
Chris, is this the bridge right up there by Quaker Steak and Loop?
Correct.
Is there any questions or comments from the audience or council?
No.
Okay, I do have one comment, and I'll make it short and sweet. I was involved when they did shut down the bridge many years ago, probably about 20 years ago, which basically shut the whole city off. And this was something that probably went for about a month and a half, 2 months, and it affected the businesses downtown. It's not easy to go from one side of town to the other because the only access is across the bridge. If not, you're doing Route 2, or you're going around basically through Mill Hollow. So this is something that we should look at very hard and make sure that we're ready for this, because the average little drive from downtown to go to Giant Eagle is done unless you go around. So it's going to affect the whole city when this happens. Any other questions at that point? If not, streets, buildings, grounds will be completed.
I actually have a comment and a question for Mr. Howard. I assume, and I sure, just like Councilman Hollivex, that ODOT would set up the detour way ahead, notices way ahead. I just want to make sure that if this comes to fruition, that ODOT's going to have that all laid out for everybody.
Correct. They will.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Emmy. Unmute.
I might have missed it, but did you say how long it would be closed for?
They're saying a minimum of 45 days.
45 days.
Weather
Okay,
dependent.
thank you.
Gwen, anybody else?
Monica?
I'm sure that you guys will be in very close touch with the school district concerning busing, because if this is after Woolly Bear, that's gonna really affect the school district and the busing and the route times and getting kids to school on time and all that good stuff. So I hope that you'll be in very close contact with them during this time.
Yes, we will.
Any other questions, comments? If not, the streets, buildings, and grounds for Monday is adjourned.
Oh. I did have one. I wanted to
Emmy,
wait
is it an agenda item?
Um,
We try to stick to the agenda items because it's not advertised.
Okay,
So it'd be up to Steve if he wanted to allow it.
okay. I can maybe get a hold of Chris about it.
Okay, so we're ready for legislative? We have one item on the agenda tonight. This is legislative for February 8th, 2021. First item and only item is review of ordinance 2021-6, which is flood damage reduction. And Chris Howard, we got you on that one again.
Thank you, Councilwoman Stark. I provided everyone a copy of the recommended changes from FEMA and ODNR regarding the city's flood damage reduction, Chapter 1460. ODNR and FEMA is requiring that this be updated. The current ordinance is from 2008. They have changed numerous items in the ordinance that they want us to amend. So I provided everybody a red copy, kind of showing everybody all the changes. We're still waiting for ODNR to approve these revisions. But I wanted to see if anybody had any questions or comments.
Barb, go ahead.
Yeah, Chris, I did read through it and I didn't have a clue what most of it meant. I'm sorry. So can you give us a synopsis on what the changes actually, the impact the changes will have on the city or on the residents?
There shouldn't be, with the new maps that are coming out in March, FEMA has added a coastal erosion zone. That is part of the requirement, and that verbiage has been added. There's also, as this ordinance is pretty outdated, there was a lot of other sections that were changed. We did not ask for any above and beyond restrictions to be placed on the residents. There are optional items that FEMA and ODNR likes to push, but we did not change anything that would make it more restrictive.
So
there's a lot in here.
I'm sorry, what is the coastal erosion district? What does that mean and what will it do to the owners along the lakefront?
No, what FEMA is doing is they're creating a zone V, which has to do with a 100-year floodplain in regard to wave action for properties along Lake Erie. And that is just a new definition that they're providing that is shown on their updated maps. And there are special requirements for development within a zone V, which is the coastal erosion area.
Okay, any more questions for Chris on this?
Homer.
Homer, go ahead.
Thank you. Homer Taft, 3972 Edgewater. First of all, on the coastal erosion zone, generally, it's different than the coastal erosion determinations of ODNR. It's a FEMA determination. It's based on their assumption of the highest possible wave in a 100-year period. And I've looked at it, and quite frankly, I think there's some scientific laws in how they do it. I own one piece of property in Lorraine where on part of it, they say it's 3 feet, and right next to it, same property, they say it's 7 feet above the ordinary high water, above the all-time high water mark. So it's kind of wild because of the way they do their zones. But that just explains what it is. It's many feet above where the lake actually is. My concern is more that there's a lot some in this ordinance that relates to giving the city and the building department a substantial job, and the city engineer a substantial job in approving and inspecting and controlling what erosion control structures or structures along the lake are done. And I would suggest that that's perhaps a bridge too far. They're already regulated heavily and permitted with engineers and everything else by the Department of Natural Resources for any kind of slope stabilization. They're already, if they have anything to do with touching the water or anything below the ordinary high water mark, governed by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Each of these is a very expensive, intensive, difficult job. And to be blunt, under certain administrations, it's much more horrible than under others. Adding one more layer to that, which is going to be frankly completely repetitive of what is any others, would be where I would ask the council to take a second look at that.
Thank you, Homer. Anybody else have any comments on this?
I guess, oh, yeah. So Chris, I mean, like I said, it's out of my wheelhouse, but do we have options, or is this what we have to pass? I mean, do we have options as to how we word this, or?
These are the minimum standards that FEMA and ODNR are requiring. I've submitted this for their review. They haven't come back yet with any comments, but this is required with the new implementation of the flood insurance rate maps.
Okay. Frank, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, it appears that we don't have too much of an option if it's going to be mandatory to the city, because I would assume if we choose to ignore it, we're in for some litigation from federal and state agencies. Is that a fair comment, Mr. Howard?
If there's differences and we don't agree with some of it, we'd have to get their approval, change the ordinance, but you could risk the city's flood insurance with.
Oh, okay. All right. So unintended consequences. All right. Thank you.
So Chris, at this point, we just wait for their approval or denial of what you've submitted to them?
Yes, if they have comments and questions, I'll bring them back if they want some
Okay.
revisions.
Okay, so that'll be great. So if they have questions or comments, we can put it back on legislative and then if they're good with it, we'll just put it through as getting it in through the readings, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I only had that one topic on my agenda tonight. So with that, legislative is closed for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Monica. Finance will come to order. First thing on the agenda is the Parks Bond update. Amy, you're on.
Hello. We did have 2 bidders for the Parks bond and ended up generating $597,000. And the closing on that will be next week. So that transaction went very smoothly. Then moving on to the 2021 budget, you do have the initial draft in front of you of what would be reflective of our actual appropriations for the year. And that's putting it, that version is really putting in the fixed costs for personnel, utilities, those types of things, as well as some basic needs, some tech updates, those types of things that are not of a large scope. But one of the items that I did want to mention, if I can get to my attachment here, is that in looking at each of the specific funds where we may have opportunities to invest in additional projects, set money aside for the future, buy equipment, all of those types of things. In the operating fund, the mayor alluded to revenue losses earlier in the meeting. Right now, we ended the 2020 year with $3.6 million in the general fund, and our estimated revenue thus far, and we can certainly hope for more. I tried to be conservative because we really don't know a lot about what's going to happen from those 2020 tax returns coming in, as well as the 2021 withholdings and quarterly payments going forward through the year for the general fund. But just under $6 million in revenue leaves us $9.5 million available. And our estimated expenses are $6.3 million. That does leave us remaining $3.275 million. However, one of the things I want to bring to light, and I'm going to try and work through and see if there are some additional places we can trim, is that would give us an operating year deficit of a little over $370,000 that we would be going into our carryover balance. And I'd like to try and avoid that in any shape or form unless it's an emergency. The 200 fund, which is the road levy, after our basic routine expenses are met. And also I did have a list of projects that Mr. Valerius and Mr. Howard had provided that are on the dockets for this year that are already included in that budget. Those include Sunnyside Road, Mapleview Drive, urban paving, a small amount for safe routes to school, Vermilion Road, curb ramps for downtown that are related to urban paving, as well as crack sealing. All of those things done leaves about $873,000 potentially available for other things. Again, that's a fund that is probably as impacted as the general fund when it comes to the pandemic, because the fuel taxes have been greatly eroded. We had estimates that last year we were going to receive from the state of Ohio, that last year we were going to receive an additional $300,000 from the changes in the fuel taxes. And we ended up with just a little bit over half of that. And that was something that I was eyeing as a nice little revenue stream to do some borrowing to get us ahead on some projects. But we really need to have that stabilized. But because we had additional operating expenses that were really taking up the bulk of that fund that absorbed a lot of that extra funding as well. So a little bit of funding there. I'm sorry, that was the road levy. The next one down, streets M&R, is where those state funds are that are impacted. And you'll see only about $13,000 left there after we meet our basic needs. Permissive use, we started the year with 300,000, anticipating about 233,000. That's another area that revenues from car registrations and things like that have been somewhat down with extensions offered and things like that. So again, revenue will be something to watch there, but leaves us about $286,000 in permissive use. The water fund, after our basic operating expenses are paid for the year, and really going on last year's revenue estimates, we've only had about a month of billing that would have been influenced by the new meters to really get a trend on that. Looks like about 1.5, just a little under $1.5 million available for things like water main projects, things like that. Wastewater, again, about $600,000 available. Hopefully we'll be able to be picking up some additional revenue with the new meters on those. We did continue to find, and that'll impact water as well, a number of, I'm sorry, my dog is getting mad at me. A number of dead meters that were out there that we had been missing billing opportunities for a number of years. People had not been paying for their water usage. And EPA funds, we had done some large projects there, so we're kind of rebuilding that one, and a little over $140,000 available for projects. So that kind of gives us an idea moving forward as we budget plan where the committees are and what they can do with funds this year, or how we want to plan that going forward. If we want to just carry some of that forward to do a bigger project and watch where the revenues come from for maybe more borrowing in the streets M&R, things like that. That if you have questions on anything, please feel free to ask. There's another 2 weeks before we meet to have this budget on for a first reading. So feel free to reach out to me at any point in time or shoot me an email. And as you know, my practice on those things is I feel if one council member contacts me with a question, it's probably they're usually good questions, and it's something that other council members will have thought of as well and maybe just haven't asked yet. I'll send it back out to everybody so everybody's sharing that information. But moving forward, we should be able to get the 3 readings in on the budget and approve it finally in March. Are there any
questions for Amy? Anything else?
Monica?
I'm just looking at our boards and commissions, and I'm wondering, I know that we pay our clerk as partial out of boards and commissions. Does hers come out of personal service? Well, no, that's the total. I don't know how much we pay her each month out of that, but
it's 320 something. I'm just going by memory, every 2 weeks.
It would be under a salary line item, though.
Oh, okay.
The professional services are legal fees and testing fees, and with some of the additional testing that we have done over the last couple of years, those expenses have gotten a little higher than they had been historically.
Okay. So yeah, because I see like health insurance and PERS, workers' comp, those type of items. I just don't see the under salary and wages. It looks like there's 1107 in there.
Oh, I thought there was 600 and something listed in there. I don't know.
Am I looking at the
I'd have to
wrong?
pull it back up.
Maybe I'm looking at the wrong line here. Maybe my screen's not showing me the whole.
Here, if I can get back to that.
Steve, while they're looking, you had mentioned at one point a work session to talk about projects we might want to consider. Are you still thinking putting that on the agenda or? making-
Well, we certainly can. I mean, we don't have a lot of money to talk about how long.
Right.
But we're looking at a work session on the 22nd for, the issue involving rentals, Airbnbs. I'm thinking that given, let's see here, we don't have any. How about the 15th of March? Well, that would be kind of near the third reading, right? The 22nd, the 1st, and the 15th.
We had kind of anticipated, I think we spaced that out, that the third reading would be March 15th so that we can get it filed by the deadline.
But
Well, I'll tell you what.
projects wouldn't have to be in that. It could still be passed without any
Sure,
special projects.
absolutely.
We
Right.
could go back.
We usually do projects after we pass the budget. We usually start going into that.
Okay.
Amy, you don't have to answer that right now. You can email me about it later.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to scroll through here and I'm not having a lot of luck.
Yeah, I'm on looks like I'm on page 7 of 55 on my computer here.
I think, Amy, you've got 693 under my salaries, wages, full-time for boards and commissions, but then the contracted services is quite a bit. So that, or professional services, like you said.
Yeah, that's testing and things. Yes, correct.
So yeah, just look at the salaries maybe tomorrow to make sure that's correct.
Yep.
Would anybody have a problem if we brought, maybe looked in your ward and came up with a project? We could bring that to council on the 8th for finance. That would be sort of work as a work session. That way it would be in before the budget and the budget can still be passed and we don't have to have made a decision on that. But I certainly would like to have, council's input on projects, and then Chris and Tony and Amy can kind of look at it and say, hey, here's where we are with these suggestions. Or am I oversimplifying kind of what would need to happen? I don't want.
I think that's very reasonable. Also, if anyone has any requests from the committees that they represent council on, as far as funding that could be brought forth for council to consider as well.
So that would be a good time if a council member wanted to bring up money for the tree commission. That would be a good time.
That would be a perfect time.
Okay, thank you.
Tony, you're not going to have any idea on the sewer plant by that time, right?
You're on mute, Tony.
Sorry, not by that time, no, Barb.
Okay. So you okay with that, Amy? At the 8th, we'll kind of feel our way through a little bit. Hey, anybody else got any questions for Amy? Okay, we're adjourned. I think that's it, right?
Yep. Next city council meeting will be 6:00 p.m. February 22nd. After that council meeting, we'll have a work session concerning transient rentals. So
I think we should recognize that Bionic Skip is with us tonight.
Hi, Skipper.
Hi, Skip. How are you? We've missed you.
He's on mute.
I'm going to get him off mute and he can say hi to us real quick. Skip, turn your mute off and say hi.
Skip, if you don't do that, we're going to sing happy birthday to you because I know your birthday's coming up.
There he is.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
In 2 days, I'm going to be 89.
Excellent.
Wow, that's awesome, Skip. Happy birthday early.
Happy birthday.
Good to see you, my friend.
I just want to say this is one of the former council members that hired me.
Oh, really?
Yes, Skip was the guy. Yes.
Best thing I ever did.
Oh, thank you.
Improving every day.
Steve Heron, is your birthday this week too?
We don't need to discuss that, but yes.
There's 10 reasons why I know that.
Steve Heron, did he leave? Oh, Steve, are you going to be 89 too?
Nope.
Seven.
I'm gonna be
Happy
5'4".
birthday. Happy birthday, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Skip.
Happy birthday, Skip.
Happy birthday, gentlemen.
Thank you all.
All right, good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night.
Aye.
Good night.
Thank you.